All right, everyone. This Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Vermillion, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck,
Here.
Councilors Maboop,
Here.
Wendland,
Here.
Verdict,
Here.
Corrigan,
Here.
Councilor Raff is excused, Councilor Afghan.
Here.
Great. Maybe we'll defer the pledge till we just come back into the other meeting and move right into the executive session. Oh, except, well, there she is. So we're going to meet in executive session here to start the meeting, and Ms. Osenak will read the guidelines for us before we depart.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the
We'll do
council.
it now when we come back.
The Lake Oswego City Council will now meet in executive session. It's held pursuant to the Public Meetings Law for the purpose of, excuse me, to consider the employment of public officers, employees, staff members, or individual agents, to consider information records that are exempt by law from public inspection, as well as to discuss some labor matters. So there will be two different subjects covered in the executive session. So, because we have those two different subjects, representatives of the news media are allowed to attend the executive session in the adjoining room that relates to the employment of the public officer. They are not, however, allowed to participate in the labor matter as is required by our public meetings law. So, if news media attends the first executive session, they are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during that session, except to state the general nature of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session, and we will return to open session once we're done.
Great. Okay, we are going to recess and reconvene in the council workroom. We expect to return to the live meeting at approximately 5:30.
on. It's on.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience while we were in executive session, but we are now back in order and we are going to start with the pledge. So if you would all please stand or move your hats and join us, that'd be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Okay, first item on our agenda, or next item on our agenda is public comment. I have two folks that signed up for public comment. If you are here to provide public comment and have not already done so, please fill out one of these white forms in the back of the room and hand it to Ms. Vermillion. But Ben Adams, you are first. Please come on forward and you'll have up to 3 minutes to deliver your comments. We're glad you're here. Good evening.
Tower is located at Lakeview High School and was approved in 1997. Categorize this as a co-location. However, after careful review, was never permitted as a co-location. That means it should have required.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What? I think it's microphone. Your microphone might be off. We can hear you. Okay, there you go.
This was not co-location. Oh, there it is. Okay.
There we go.
This was not a simple co-location on an existing structure. It was an installation of a new tower, something that Ordinance 2144 explicitly requires to go through a public conditional use process. Yet the city planning department at that time, that process never happened. No public notice, no zoning review, no Section 106 historic review, even though the site directly adjacent to that is a historic home my family lives in. More recently, in May this year, the city issued a stop work order on the Verizon project at the site, stating it did not qualify for federal 6409A streamlining. But just a few weeks ago, the order was lifted based on the federal definition of a tower that we believe does not apply here, since the structure had been abandoned with cell equipment for almost 4 years, and it was not legally permitted in 1997. We believe the stop work order was lifted prematurely. This structure bypassed local review, particularly those that were not legally permitted. We respectfully ask the city to declare the structure non-legally non-conforming under the zoning code, require Verizon's application to be processed as a new facility, enforce retroactive compliance with Ordinance 2144, including public notice, conditional use permit, and allow full zoning review. The city's inconsistent enforcement of the land use rules permitting a telecommunications tower without proper public notice review while imposing stringent design and use restrictions on the nearby historic property have resulted in negative impact to our property value. This decision imposes negative externally on our home. It's a listed historic property and without due diligence for mitigation. Moreover, it may constitute a regulatory issue, burdening our property rights.
Mr. Adams, if you can bring your comments to a close, your time has expired.
Okay. We're asking that you guys reopen this, review this, as it wasn't done legally in 97 and has impact on our family.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mike Kehoe. Good evening, Mr. Kehoe. Good to see you.
Mayor Buck and councilors, thank you for allowing me time to comment briefly. I'm here tonight as a local resident in the Evergreen District and as a pickleball player. No arrows and stones from those tennis people back there. I would just like to first thank you all for allowing some playtime for pickleball at LORAC. You know, it's a great new facility. I'm excited to be able to go over there and play pickleball. I'd also really strongly encourage you to try and figure out how we can get some courts here in Lake Oswego. I have dozens and dozens of friends who drive to Westland, to Wilsonville, to Clackamas, to Beaverton daily, and we pride ourselves as a sustainability area and city, and one that values the climate. And I can tell you that the carbon footprint that we're creating, because so many people are driving miles and miles to play pickleball every single day, isn't good. And we should value the environment and safeguard it by having pickleball here. It would also be good for all the businesses, because people love to go into different neighborhoods and play pickleball. So whatever you can do to bring it here sooner than later would be great for the pickleball players here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kehoe. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Okay. All right. Oh, we have someone online. Cynthia Johnson. Miss Johnson, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Should I start?
Please,
Or?
yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I can hear you guys very well. Yay. I'm here today to say that I'm happy to see the Disability Pride Proclamation on the agenda and look forward to hearing it read into the record, supported by all the city councilors and signed by Mayor Buck. As you know, I have suffered since 2009 from a very disabling multi-system disease called MECFS that impacts millions of people of all ages. And prior to that, I know what also temporary disabilities are like, as I went through my own cancer treatment. I look forward to seeing continued and swift progress by the city of Lake Oswego in making our community one that works for everyone, including those with temporary and permanent disabilities. And that includes funding and implementing our city's ADA plan, more interactive online and in-person hybrid events, and of course, housing that is accessible. I'm proud to advocate for a brighter and more accessible future for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vermillion. And as Ms. Johnson alluded to, we do have a couple proclamations to make today. The first is a proclamation for Disability Pride Month. And here in Lake Oswego, we recognize that disability is a natural and valuable part of human diversity, not a deficit or a condition to be fixed. So today, more than 1 in 4 U.S. adults identify as having a disability. And despite its size, the disability community remains underrepresented and often misrepresented. So Disability Pride Month commemorates the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, on July 26, 1990, and offers an opportunity to tell more, with more accurate, nuanced, and inclusive stories about disability identity, civil rights, and the barriers many still face. The theme this year for Disability Pride Month, "We Belong Here and We're Here to Stay," is a reminder that our community is stronger when everyone is welcomed, valued, and empowered. And we are also honored to proclaim July 2025 as National Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Lake Oswego. Since 1985, communities across the country have celebrated this month as a way to recognize the vital role parks and recreation play in building stronger, healthier, and more connected communities. Here in Lake Oswego, we witness those benefits every day through the work of our passionate Parks and Recreation staff, dedicated seasonal teams, and tireless volunteers. This year's national theme, Build Together, Play Together, captures our commitment to inclusion, innovation, and connection. Whether it's through engaging programs, accessible parks, or community-centered spaces like the Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center, we are creating opportunities for everyone to thrive. By proclaiming July as Parks and Recreation Month, we celebrate the lasting values these services bring to our city's health, vibrancy, and sense of belonging. Our City Council is proud to declare July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in our community. So let's continue to build together and play together. You'll find these signed proclamations as well as all other city proclamations on our website. And now staying with the Parks and Recreation theme, I'm pleased to now host a presentation on Lake Oswego Tennis Center's Special Olympics program, and would like to invite Lisa West, the manager of golf, sports, and tennis, to come talk to us about this great program. Hi, Ms. West. Good evening. Good to see you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, Mayor Buck and City Councilors. My name is Lisa West. I work in Parks and Recreation as the sports manager, and I am really excited to be here to talk to you about the only Special Olympics program in the state of Oregon for tennis. And it just so happens the Lake Oswego Tennis Center is the home of that program. In May, we finished our 21st year. Led by our tireless tennis instructor, Jerry Allen, who is behind me, along with a lot of dedicated volunteer coaches. We had 23 athletes and 25 volunteers this year, which meant most of the time our ratio is about 1-to-1 coaches to athletes. Our volunteers run the gamut from high school tennis players to retired people to city league players to all kinds of people. And what they have in common is their passion for tennis and the joy they get from being part of this great program. And this past year, 25 volunteers donated 350 hours. Jerry puts together an individualized curriculum for every athlete that is achievable but challenging. And seeing their improvement from each year to the next is tremendously rewarding, but not as much as seeing the friendship and fun that everybody gets to take part in. And just as a side note, not even the pandemic slowed these people down. They met via Zoom every week, and they did little at-home modified drills, but more than that, it was the much-needed social connection, keeping those groups together during that weird time. At the end of each year, there's a tournament. It's a little different than a traditional tournament. It's more like a practical test. Sherry puts together an individual program for each person to little things they have to do. Maybe they're going to hit 10 serves in, or they're going to play some points with their coach, or whatever it might be. And then we have a medal ceremony, and everyone gets a medal, and they celebrate each other's success, and it is fantastic. This year we also made a yearbook for everybody with little photos so they can remember their fun season they had with their friends. I sent one to all of you, so hopefully you got a chance to see that. As a Special Olympics program, we don't charge anybody to participate. We partner with the Special Olympics of Clackamas County, and they do all the registration and screening, and then they come to us, and we donate all the court time, staff time, which is about 150 hours court time, 100 hours of staff time. Any equipment they need, we will buy for them, and then we host a volunteer appreciation at the end of the year. And we know that without the tennis center support, it would not run. And we hear from the athletes how important it is to them. We hear from their families how much they appreciate it. And we know from the volunteers how impactful it is. In the last year, we've received some national attention, including an article in the National Parks and Rec magazine. Also, there was a photo, I can actually show you that right now. Dave Arpin took this photo. This is Hannah and Katie, and Hannah's even wearing her Lake Oswego tennis shirt. That is for National Parks and Rec Month, so people all over the country are seeing that. I sent those over to you as well, so hopefully you saw that. And then in closing, I would just encourage you to come and check it out. Saturdays, 4 to 5. We'll start again in September, and you'll get to see the transformative power of sports as it intersects with our mission of building community and enriching lives.
Yeah.
I have a short video for you, and you'll see that we've just built a really cool environment where everyone can thrive, and focusing on mental health and sportsmanship and teamwork, and it just doesn't get better than this. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to show you this. And there you go.
Thank you, Ms. Weston. You have folks from the program who've joined you here. Do you all mind standing so we can recognize you? Yeah. Thank you all very much. We appreciate the work that you're doing, building community athleticism. It's great. It means a lot. Thank you. And for 2 decades. It's great. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. West, for coming here. Next, we are going to hear a little bit about the Library Advisory Board, a members survey to teens update. So I'd like to invite Library Director Kelly and Anisha Ford. And Anisha is one of the student members of the Library Advisory Board. It's great to have you both here. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much for having us. I'm Library Director Melissa Kelly, and I'm very pleased to be here this evening to introduce and support Anisha. We are very proud of her, and we also have a few members of the Library Advisory Board here this evening in the audience. She's done an amazing job putting together this survey, distributing it, analyzing the results, and preparing to present to you this evening. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Anisha.
I'm sorry, Anisha. Okay.
So much, Kim, for your help.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Right. All right, there we go. It's up on the screen.
Good evening, Mayor Buck, City Councilors, and City staff. My name is Anisha Oraganti, and I'm a rising junior at Lake Oswego High School. I've been living in Lake Oswego for almost 12 years now, and this past year, I served as one of the youth liaisons to the Library Advisory Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The Lake Oswego Public Library has always been a powerful resource in our community that fosters growth, connection, and curiosity. Especially when paired with the amazing educational opportunities that our local schools provide, the library plays a crucial role in expanding access to learning beyond the classroom. It's a space of equality where everyone can access knowledge and support, regardless of their background. This spring, starting in March 2025, I conducted a survey of Lake Oswego students in grades 6 through 12 to better understand how youth use the library and what they'd like to see in its future, especially as important conversations around a new community center and reimagined spaces continue. The description of the survey encouraged them to think big and to consider a space that would blend the best aspects of a library and a community center, especially so that people are able to learn, connect, and grow with less limitations and more support. By mid-May, we had received 355 thoughtful responses from students at both high schools and middle schools, and even some elementary schoolers as well. One major takeaway became clear right away, and it was that youth want a library that feels more welcoming, modern, and relevant to their needs. While many appreciate the calm atmosphere and supportive staff, others describe the space as too dark or kind of uninviting. They envisioned brighter, more flexible environments with natural lighting, greenery, cozy seating, and areas for both studying and relaxing. Students emphasized that they would love a multifunctional space that serves as both a study center and a spot to meet with friends or relax individually during study breaks, because they wanted to be supported while studying, but also offered ways to unwind, recharge, and connect with others as well. When asked about their priorities, 4 main themes emerged. First was quiet study areas. Second was modern technology and creative spaces. Third was inclusive, accessible environments. And finally was youth-centered, evolving spaces. This graphic shows the specific numbers. 256 students emphasized the need for calm, dedicated spaces. They described that spaces that are focused and separate from noise and foot traffic would be helpful to their lifestyles. 165 asked for tools like 3D printers and recording equipment, and 150 asked for resources for creativity, such as Mako Labs and open art spaces. 128 students highlighted transportation, sensory-friendly design, and inclusive structures that work for diverse learning styles. Finally, teens want spaces that reflect their identities, values, and futures. They emphasize that they would prefer if teen spaces feel relevant and intentional. Students envisioned the library as a place of exploration and expression, and many of the ideas shared reflected their desire for hands-on learning and recreation along with their formal education. However, more academic support was still a main priority. Students asked for access to helpful resources such as study guides, tutoring, test preparation events, and workshops, as well as cultural programming and casual learning opportunities from guest speakers. Many said that food options like vending machines or a small cafe would make the library more inviting and make them much more likely to stay longer and return more frequently as well. Ideas for potential change at each level were also shared by respondents. In the short term, rearranging furniture to bring in more natural light and comfort was mentioned, as well as hosting low-pressure, drop-in activities like board game or puzzle afternoons, casual poetry workshops or open mic sessions, and rotating carts with hands-on materials for casual STEM and arts exploration. Students showed interest in a community mentorship series, where careers and life skills would be explored through workshops with local mentors. The addition of beanbags, couches, and reading nooks or window seats, with cushions tucked away, for a more private experience were also more common suggestions. In the long term, a dedicated teen space at the Lake Oswego Public Library, a large outdoor zone with plants and seating areas, and partnerships with local businesses to create a cafe were all popular suggestions. Collaborating with schools and local community services to create a shuttle system or similar resource for students who want to visit after school was mentioned to respond to the barrier of transportation that many younger students face as well. On the next few slides, I've included some example pictures from a recent library research field trip that we went on last Friday, showing the kinds of resources that students were requesting. This first slide highlights bright lighting in student areas, teen-curated artwork, examples of computer access, and a summer reading wall of fame with specific examples that were chosen by teens. On the second slide, the first picture shows a display where teens can leave book reviews, and the second picture shows interactive features such as a drawing table with art supplies and resources. This third slide gives a broader view of a specific teen room, specifically highlighting how the lighting is purposefully harsher in some areas, such as with the books, and purposefully softer in others, as well as giving examples of technology for recreation. This fourth slide shows examples of study rooms and flexible community areas where different programs and events can be hosted. In conclusion, students are not disinterested in libraries. They care deeply. They care about the role of it in their lives and want a space that grows with them, reflects their values, supports their academic and creative goals, and fosters connection. They emphasize the importance of maintaining traditional strengths while also welcoming new opportunities for collaboration, innovation, and connection. By integrating even small changes based on this feedback, like better lighting, food access, or more flexible spaces, the library can better serve Lake Oswego's youth and continue aligning with city goals. Thank you for listening and for welcoming youth voices into this conversation.
Of course. Thank you very much, Anisha. Great job on the presentation, and thank you for doing this outreach. Did you do it with your colleague or the other student member on the board?
Yes, I asked Enid to share the link to her school as well. So.
Oh, very good. Okay, no, it's great. It seems like some of the feedback you've heard is related to the physical space itself, and we're all well aware of some of the limitations in the current building, which is why the council has a goal about exploring this idea of a community space library, and it's great to see that youth are receptive to that idea of the more expansive space. Is there are there any things that you think in the feedback could be implemented within the current space, right now, as we're kind of amidst this conversation that's probably going to be, multiple years and whatnot, that you think could be implemented in the current library?
I think a lot of the short-term ideas could definitely be implemented in our current library, such as the board games, puzzles, and the small workshops with local mentors. I think those are easy and quick changes that would make a really big difference. Other ideas that I think are extremely important are things such as the lighting for different sensory backgrounds and making sure that everybody has the same experience no matter their different backgrounds.
Is that feedback that you're giving through the Library Advisory Board and our Director Kelly, are those things that we're looking at doing?
Yes, yeah, I'm talking with the library staff about those things, and we're very, very pleased that Anisha and Enid were able to reach out to youth and receive so much feedback that will help us both short-term and long-term to improve library services.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Burdick.
Anisha, I just want to do a shout out to you because you came up with this idea and you ran with it, and you did a fabulous job on not only the survey and working with Enid to get that out to the schools, but also your presentation tonight. You just did fabulous. So thank you for all your work on the Library Advisory Board. we're really going to miss you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for being so welcoming and supportive. Thank you.
Counselor Afghan. Thank you, Counselor.
Anisha, thank you so much. I think you're going to get Director Kelly in trouble in a few seconds. Director Kelly, when we were doing the visioning, the library visioning, one of the action items was to team up with the school district and get input from the students. Was that action item ever complete?
We did work with the school district and sent out information through their channels to be able to get student feedback. But I must say, having a teen take the reins, we received a lot more feedback through this survey than we did through the visioning process.
Okay.
So that's definitely a powerful tool to have teens help us get feedback from their peers.
Sounds like we have a new ambassador in the school district. So thank you, Anisha.
Yes, we're so grateful.
Some of the great ideas, we're celebrating Disability Pride Month, and there's been, requests from the community for us to find ways for some students with disabilities who have trouble getting into the workforce, out of high school, to find kind of employment opportunities, whenever I hear, thinking about the library is just kind of a real strong connection point for the community in general, but things like, cafe and different things like that in the library as a point to maybe form some of those connections as well, providing some of those more opportunities that can be more difficult to provide, within the Lake Oswego community. And that's, the feedback we hear from some of the families is just kind of few and far between opportunities. But I think there's lots of, anyway, that was one takeaway. So I was thinking about when I was reading your results. I think we see too the need to kind of connect the generations and through the students, like even students working, communicating with their parents and guardians, about this topic. We've seen kind of like generational divide almost, where we hear from some in the community who really just use the library to check out books, and in that way, the current library is meeting their needs very well, no complaints. And but then when we listen to the youth, they're using the library in different ways and kind of have a different vision for it. So being able to bridge that generational gap, I think, will be an important facet that we'll need to address to be able to kind of move this council goal forward. And it'd be great to have, Anish, not to put it all on you, but you and your peers, your help in kind of bridging that divide, I think will be important. Comments, Councilwoman?
I'd just like to say that the research that you've done on going to other libraries is very important, and I think it helps us balance some priorities to say, okay, is the current facility up to not just Lake Oswego standards, but the community standards around us, and I think there are some great illustrations that show that A, you need space for sure, and then B, you need a dedicated space for teens, which is really important, and you don't have that right now, especially at the library. And I'm correct in that, right? Yeah. So we've got a great kids area downstairs, but those books are kind of way below your reading level now and your interest level. So I'm very impressed with bringing in examples for us to see, and I think something to look forward to in the planning stages. And I also want to say that obviously you're a superstar. You've got the Library Advisory Board behind you, supporting you, and I think that's a good indication of having youth on our advisory councils is very important. And I appreciate your elders who are learning a lot from you to help guide for the advisory part of what you guys do. So thanks so much, and excellent presentation. So I hope you're involved in debate and United Nations and a few other things, right? Hopefully?
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Windland. All right. Thank you both very much. And thank you, Library Advisory Board members, for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so
Anisha.
much.
Thank you,
Thank
Director
you.
Kelly. Okay, next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. We have two items for consideration. The first is a public authorizing the city manager to sign a public improvement contract with Journey Excavating, Inc. This is in the amount of $891,678 for the construction of Work Order 362, which is the Meadowlark Lane and Treetop Lane Sidewalk Project. And then item 7.2 is approval of meeting minutes from April 15th, May 6th, and May 20th. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
The motion's been made by Councilor Mboop and seconded by Councilor Corrigan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes 6-0. All right. Now we're going to move into several public hearings. And the first is on ordinance, these are several annexation hearings. The first is on ordinance 2958, annexing 0.44 acres at 5450 Kenny Street. We will start with a review of the hearing procedure by Ms. Osenak.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council, and for those in the audience, I will actually be repeating these procedures even though we have 3 separate annexations for the benefit of the record because people often don't listen to all 3, but I will keep it brief. Now is the time set for a public hearing on ordinance number 2958, which as the mayor described and is in the agenda is an ordinance annexing property to the city of Lake Oswego. This is a legislative decision, which is generally a policy decision within the discretion of the city council. The public hearing process will begin with a presentation by staff, and then testimony, if any, will be received from the public, subject to the time limits that have been set forth in the agenda. And I'll ask at this point, as I will with the other 2, if there are any financial conflicts of interest, reminding everyone that ex parte and site visits do not need to be declared. I'll pause briefly. Hearing no conflicts of interest, we're ready to proceed, Mayor.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Espy.
Good evening, Mayor Buck, members of the council. Good evening. We have before us this evening 3 properties at 5450 Kenny Street, 6210 Lakeview Boulevard, and 16284 Bonaire Avenue being considered for annexation. 2 of the annexation on Kenny Street and Lakeview Boulevard are subject to Resolution 1959, which is the policy that discourages the destruction of natural resources and unincorporated properties prior to annexation. So first up is 5450 Kenny Street. Plan and zone designation property is currently zoned low-density residential R10 in Clackamas County and is designated R10 on our comprehensive plan and will be zoned as an R10 property once the property is annexed. Sanitary sewer is available from an 8-inch collection line located in Pilkington Road along the frontage, and that will be able to provide service to the site. Water is served by the River Grove Water District, and there is a River Grove Water District line in both Kenny and Pilkington Roads. The annexation policy was adopted by the City Council in 2004 and updated in 2019, and it was developed to encourage property owners interested in applying for annexation to preserve and protect natural resources and significant trees. On March 6th, staff visited the site and observed 5 large Douglas fir trees ranging from 32 to 45 inches in diameter that were removed from the property. In order to evaluate the tree removal for compliance with the city's annexation policy, staff advised the applicants to submit a Type 2 county tree removal certification application, and where this program is offered by the city to unincorporated residents to receive certification for that tree removal so that it could comply with the city's annexation policy. The trees that apply to this policy are in the table above. It's also found in the resolution, and it shows the species and diameter that are subject to the analysis. So this is an aerial photograph that was flown in 2023, and it shows all of the trees that were present at that time. And then in 2024 was where we saw the big change. This was flown, and it just shows the remaining tree canopy, and you can also see the logs from the trees that were removed. It's also a little bit hard to see because of the shadowing. I think this was taken a little bit later in the afternoon, so it's a little bit harder to see where the trees were actually removed, but they definitely were. So, you can also see, though, that the remaining trees in the surrounding neighborhood, reducing the overall impacts to the neighborhood. Most of the trees have just been removed where the building footprint will occur. This is a ground view of Kenny Street facing Pilkington Road, showing the limited change to the canopy in the neighborhood facing west. And this is a street view facing north from Southwest Fernbrook Way and Pilkington Road. Okay, so overall, staff finds that the type 2 criteria 2 and 3 would have been met for the tree removal, but additional information was found to be needed to determine compliance with criterion 1. And just to remind you, criterion 1 determines the reason for the removal. It would be for development, landscaping, or if the landscaping has outgrown the property. This is because the applicant provided a generalized building envelope defined in by setbacks only, and that was outlined in blue in Exhibit E2 with the site plan that I showed you earlier, instead of a specific development plan allowable under the base zone. Report found that since the trees removed were not deemed significant under criteria 3, meeting the requirements for criteria 1 would likely have been feasible in this case. Based on the limited tree removal, mainly confined to the building area of the site and retention of many of the other large trees on the site, it appears that the applicant's intent was to remove the trees that would be affected by future development, and it wasn't just a complete indiscriminate clear cut of the entire property. So there's lots of trees left over, as you saw in the aerial photos, and also the the ground photos that I showed you. Staff is offering 3 options for this, and also the other one, which we will get into later. To approve the annexation of the property and require no mitigation, or approve the annexation of the property and require mitigation normally required in a type 2 tree removal application by replanting at a minimum of a 1-to-1 ratio with a mix of native species prior to the final building inspection, so that they can have an opportunity to build what they're going to build there, and then they can put the trees where they need to, and the mitigation trees won't be present during the construction process, and will probably enhance or increase the chances of their survival. And all the trees would be carefully planted to avoid any conflicts with the future building. So again, staff recommends option 2. And we can also discuss, instead of deliberating on this one, I was hoping that we could just discuss the next one, which is very similar in nature, and then we can discuss the 2 of them at the same time. Would that be okay?
That sounds good, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Espy.
All right. So this is 6210 Lakeview Boulevard.
Actually, just one moment. We do need to open the public hearing.
Right.
Oh, first.
If you wanted the second annexation, is that what I understood?
So in the past, what I've done is just run through all the presentations, and then we open up each public hearing individually to open up public comment and then
Sure, we can do that.
deliberation.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll stop after the second, and we'll conduct the public hearings, and we'll do the third annexation on its own.
Right. Okay, great. Okay, so again, plan and zone designation, it's currently zoned low density R10 in Clackamas County. It's zoned R10 on the comprehensive plan and will be designated R10, will be zoned R10 upon annexation. Sanitary sewer is available from an 8-inch collection line located in Lakeview Boulevard along the site frontage, and it will be able to serve the site. Water is served by the River Grove Water District. There are 2 lines in Lakeview Boulevard. There's a city line and then also River Grove, but since they are in the River Grove Water District, they would be served by the River Grove Water District line. Here is the site plan that shows the removal of the trees, and I apologize for the busyness of this particular plan, but if you look closely, you can see the trees that are indicated for removal. There are 6 trees that were removed from the property prior to the application for annexation, and at staff's request, the applicant submitted a Type 2 county tree removal certification application, similar to what we did with the previous application on Kenny Street. The trees removed consisted of 5 Douglas firs, trees 1 through 5 measuring 18 inches to 50 inches, as well as 1 15-inch DBH red oak. The existing condition of each of the trees prior to removal was not available, so staff assumed that all the trees were in fair to good condition when they did the analysis. And then you also remember from the previous table that the Oregon white oak, 8 inches in diameter or greater, was subject to the resolution analysis, but not the Oregon red oak, so that one would be excluded from the analysis. This is the aerial photograph that was flown in 2023 showing the canopy cover on the property, and the 2024 aerial, which shows the trees that have been removed. You can clearly see all the trees that were removed, but you can also see the remaining trees in the surrounding neighborhood, which kind of mitigates some of the impacts associated with the tree removal on the subject site. This is the ground view of Lakeview Boulevard showing the limited change facing east. And this is the street view showing the limited change in the neighborhood looking north. Similar to the situation on Kenny Street, staff finds that criterion 2 and 3 would have been met for the tree removal, but additional information is necessary to determine compliance with criteria 1 for the same reasons. Specifically regarding the justification for tree removal with the existing driveway repair on the west side of the property. And that said, since none of the 6 trees were deemed significant, it's reasonable to assume that criteria 1 could have been met, and that's what the report found in the exhibit as well. We recommend the same following 3 options: approve the annexation of the property and require no mitigation. Option 2, approve the annexation of the property and require mitigation normally required for a Type 2 tree removal application by replanting at a minimum ratio of 1:1 with native species prior to the final building inspection for any of the future dwellings or remodels on the property. Any mitigation trees would be carefully planted, of course, to avoid conflicts with future development of the site. So, and again, we recommend option 2 for this scenario as well. And I'll go ahead and stop here and entertain any questions, discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Espy. Well, we're going to first have the public hearing, and so I'm going to open the public hearing on Ordinance 2958. This is for the 5450 Kenny Street property. And I'll ask, I don't have anyone who signed up in advance. Is there anyone here who would like to testify on this application? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on Ordinance 2958. And I'm going to open a public hearing on Ordinance 2961. This is the ordinance pertaining to the property at 6210 Lakeview Boulevard. Is there anyone here who would like to testify on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on Ordinance 2961. And now, questions of Mr. Espy. Questions. Mr. Espy, could you provide us some additional context for the removal of the trees? Do I kind of understand from the staff report that for both of these properties, the trees were removed by the applicant, by the applicants?
I believe so, yeah. I think there might have been one that was removed or that fell over in a storm, but there were 5 that were actually cut, and there were 5 stumps that were found on the property on Kenny Street. And then I also, at the applicant's admission on Lakeview, they said that they removed the 6 trees that we discussed on that application. And that was to do, to rebuild a driveway, and I believe that they are doing some fairly significant remodel to the existing home.
Right. The tree that fell during the storm, that was not included in the list of trees?
No.
eligible for consideration under this, under Resolution 1959. Okay, questions? Councilor Afghan. Thank you, Mr. Espy.
You bet.
On the first application, I noticed there is a line where the building location is identified. Is that legally binding, or will that be flexible depending on what goes there?
It will be flexible. I think this line was just drawn based on the current setbacks of the base zone.
Okay.
And he had to kind of do that last minute because he originally thought he was going to be able to divide the property and build 2 dwellings on it. But the property is slightly below his ability to create 2 10,000 square foot lots. So this was the next scenario that he entertained for building one large house on the property instead of 2 smaller ones.
Okay, thank you. Second question on this property is, when were the trees cut and when were the applications submitted for annexation?
I'm not exactly sure, for this one, I'm not exactly sure when the trees were cut, but I discovered them back in March when I did a site visit.
Okay, thank you. On the second application, the same question. Do we know when the trees were cut and when the application was put in?
I don't know when the trees were cut, but the applicant did say that they did cut them to make way or to accommodate for the change in the driveway and other remodeling projects on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Mbu.
I was going to ask the same question. Is it something that we see that people before annexing, they cut? Because the county doesn't have a requirement that they cut everything and then just, after that, just show up in Lake Oswego. Is it something we see often?
We haven't seen it in quite some time, and these 2 came up just in the same year or 3-month period, or this annexation cycle. Most people have been informed of the fact that and when we do any kind of a pre-app or we provide information on annexing property and provide the annexation packet, first of all, the resolution is contained in that packet, and secondly, we verbally explain what the resolution means and what they are required to do with the trees. They're not required or allowed to remove the trees prior to annexation.
And was it like when we start the process, were the tree there, or they cut and then submit for pre-app, or during the pre-app the tree was there?
In both cases, the trees were removed prior to submittal of the annexation.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have this, this policy is in place to discourage this, kind of activity. And, one thing it does is removes the typical public input that would go into this process through a type 2 tree application, where there'd be an open public comment period. And then, of course, ministerial decision that can be appealed to the DRC and then to the city council. And as we all know, these applications can be scrutinized, and they all come in with obviously more defined plans than what's before us in these applications here. And I think one thing we weren't considering, though, when we put the policy together, we just, being obviously not the city council, but a prior city council in 2019, was we didn't have a housing production strategy. And so this kind of 3-year moratorium on the annexation, was a policy put in place at a different time. But I do still think there is an impact to this kind of a behavior, and the city council, the city still has an interest in discouraging this type of behavior, because these applicants here are getting a short process. They'll get city council decision tonight, and that's it. No appeal, no community process. So, and that's not how it is for other applicants. And I think given that it's these applicants who actually engage in this behavior specifically to prepare, the site for development, that it might be in the, what I propose we look at is some of the other elements of the resolution, specifically the, enhanced mitigation, the restoration fee, and then the covenants to ensure the health of those trees, the mitigation trees for that period of at least 2 years, as ways to still allow the annexation and the development to take place in the context of us wanting to encourage development and needed housing, but while also making it clear that we strongly discourage this kind of behavior. But I would like to know what my colleagues think about that.
So,
Councilor,
I apologize. So eliminating the 3-year waiting period and the 2-year mitigation and monitoring period after that 3-year period, it's a total of 5 years before anybody can really do anything on the property post-annexation. But having, fees, covenants, and ensuring the survival of the tree. I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
yes, will it be eliminating the 3-year waiting period, but
Right.
keeping in place the monitoring period, that would not prohibit the development from moving forward.
That's true.
Monitor simultaneously. Yeah, no, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Espy. Councilor Corrigan.
Well, I'm really dismayed. This is premeditated destruction of canopy before they join the city, where everyone who comes here for the quality of life, who lives here, lives by these rules. And I think the people that would like to join us should also probably live by the rules. And I don't find the fact that there are trees remaining surrounding that belong to other people, they don't compensate for the loss, to my way of thinking. And I'm sure the neighbors probably feel that way as well. So, I know that we really do have we've got a housing situation we're dealing with, but I just can't let this go. I don't think it's right. It's not caring for our resources, and I don't think it's fair to all the people who live by the rules.
So were you in favor of what I was kind of?
Well, yeah,
proposing?
so I think I do understand. I think that we should probably bring it in, but I do think that there should be consequences. I'm concerned about all the other people who may follow behind them, who may see this go without, notice, and that's a real problem if you start to think about all the other properties we have that could come in. So I would say, yeah, there should be consequences, but we probably do need to bring the property in.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor,
Okay.
the question I wanted to ask, especially for Miss Jessica, is these folks, if they build, they could have cut their trees where they are with the county and build housing, but it will be of less value if they don't join Lake Oswego. Is it the case, or is it?
Less value.
If they were building to sell, if they sell those houses right now without the annexation, is there a difference in the values?
Oh, selling in the county versus the city?
The city.
Well, I don't know that I could speculate on that, but I would say in general, the more affordable housing in the area is in unincorporated areas, but that's just anecdotal. I can't back that up.
I was asking that just to follow with my colleague said that, and I think there should be consequences, but we should also accept them because we want housing. That's
If I may, Jessica Numanulu, Community Development Director, I do want to point out that we do have a program that we offer to folks in the county, which is called the County's Tree Certification, which is what both of these annexation applicants did retroactively when they removed the trees. Because this policy, if you read it, it doesn't say you can't remove trees. It's just that if you remove trees within those thresholds and it wouldn't have met the tree removal criteria, then you would exercise this annexation policy. And in fact, the policy says if we can determine that the property owner has established that the circumstances would have warranted issue of removal of a tree permit, then we would notify the council, and then potentially this policy wouldn't apply at all. In this case, it's difficult because we're trying to do this forensically, but we do have a program whereby anyone in the county who wants to make sure that they, if they want to do any tree removal, that it's properly documented and certified before they remove the tree. And then when it comes to annexation, we will have that on file. We have that program available. It's not issuing a permit to anyone in the county. We can't do that because we don't have jurisdiction, but at least they can have peace of mind that if they do come into the city, that if they'd had prior tree removal, that they can clearly document they've complied with the policy. We have had people exercise that. It's not very common, but I just thought I would take the opportunity to note that to the council and anyone who may be listening, that we have that program. And it's very easy, and we're happy to do it, and we maintain those records if they ever annex in the future.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nuanalou, Director. Councilor Burdick. Oh, you're first. You haven't spoken yet. I'm calling on you. Go ahead.
Well, I concur with the mayor and Councilor Corrigan. This just seems to be kind of an overreach in terms of, we have tree policies and so forth in place, and there's a process, and there's community input, and it's not as though we're talking about one tree here, or we're talking 6 trees. This is not just a few trees, and we have denied tree applications for some of the reasons that were given, and in this case, we don't know where the house is going, and we've often, I know the planning staff will work and say, well, can we configure a house in this way so that we can maintain more trees? So some of these trees, if they went through the process, all of them might have come down, or some of them might have come down. We will now never know because the process was not followed. And I think the timing of this, since we see, in 2023, these trees were there, and we're, just at the halfway point of 2025. So that wasn't, we're talking a year and a half. This isn't something that happened 5-10 years ago. It was very recent. So that, to me, is all a little suspect, and that's what's not sitting well with me, and I just don't want to see this become a pattern. So I think, again, I concur with the mayor's recommendation moving for these.
Thank you, Councilor Burdick. Councilor Afghan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The intent of my questions, when I asked those very specific questions, were to understand if this was deliberate or it wasn't. And I couldn't come to any conclusion there. So I don't know if this was intentional or it just happened to be this way. I have to rely on your forensic investigation, as you called it, where you go visit the site, you look at the driveway, you go, yes, if this was here, it would have happened this way. So I have to rely on your expert opinion. What I know is that we don't want this to be repeated in the future. And there is a loophole right now I see that needs to be closed. How we close it is the question in my mind right now. So these two, I don't have a gauge to say, yes, they did it on purpose, and you've done your due diligence, okay. But we have to set a precedent right now. And for me, cutting a 50-inch fair tree and replacing it with a 2-inch evergreen is like, this is starting to smell a little fishy for me. So I don't know how to go forward.
Let me try to move us forward here. Let me throw out a motion here. I'm going to move to enact Ordinance 2958 and applying as conditions of approval Section 4, subsections A, C, D, E, F, and G of Resolution 19-59.
Second.
All right. And as, thank you, Councilor Mboop. So motion has been made by the mayor, seconded by Councilor Mboop. So those subsections of that Section 4, that's the 3-to-1, just to be clear for everyone, that's the 3-to-1 mitigation. That is the payment of a restoration fee into the city's tree fund according to the amount outlined in the city's master fees and charges. That's the execution of an agreement requiring the owner to maintain the mitigation for at least 2 years. It's recording a restrictive covenant requiring the mitigation to be maintained for at leleast 2 years. It's granting and recording an easement, allowing the city access for the purposes of maintaining the mitigation if necessary, and it's providing a bond to cover costs of restoration. Is there any discussion? Councilor Wendland.
Well, I think that's a lot of penance that they could do if they followed that. To Councilor Afghan's, we don't know whether it was intentional or not. And so I tend to take the benefit of the staff looking at it, and they suggested going after option number 2, which is less, but not anything. I would support that. The motion, but part of it is I totally understand what you're talking about. I mean, do people do massive? We did have an instance, I think, one time where they just like clear cut the whole lot, and developer came in and said, I want a clean slate and whatever. I don't think that was the case in this situation. I mean, there are lots of trees that they did take down, but there's still a lot still standing. And am I correct in that? I mean, there's still.
There are trees remaining on each of the properties, correct?
Right. And so, and if they applied for permits, we probably would have allowed them to have, it would have been within their ability to apply for a permit to build a house or whatever, and they could take the trees out. Is that correct?
Based on, yeah, they would be allowed to remove trees based on the submitted proposed building footprint.
Right. So the only thing we're missing is the comment period of the tree. Is that right?
Well, I think the difference between, the actual scenario where someone submits a tree permit and a building permit for their house is that this, especially in this case, this was just a line drawn based on what the setback requirements were, and then we were doing the analysis fairly loosely on that instead of the actual proposed building footprint, which they don't have.
Right, but I would say that we're probably 99% new development extends to every setback. Would you agree with that?
That would be true.
Yeah, so I would give the benefit of the doubt on that part. So I'm okay with the mitigation strategies, but I also want to make sure that we are fair, but we also are welcoming. Since I've been on council, I think the idea has been we want to open our hands and our arms and welcome people into Lake Oswego. We appreciate you joining the city. We think you're going to be into one of the best cities in the nation, and so we want to have the welcome mat out. So I guess it's not as punitive. We're not stalling out their project, but maybe this will send the message that people need to fill out the form before, and maybe word will get out. But anyway, I just didn't see them clear cutting the whole. I think what happened with this 3-year delay was a reaction to clear cutting, basically, right? It was a pretty drastic measure. This is something that they would have probably gotten approved of if they were in the city. And I see it as just a one step that they're missing is the 60-day review period, but I think that's the only step, right? So anyway, I think that's the way
I agree,
my viewpoint.
Councilman.
So.
I think if it was a clear cut, we'd probably be looking at it differently.
Oh,
yeah.
completely differently. I mean, and we just have to wake up to the fact that, some of these houses that are in the county have had trees there for a long time with little 1,400 square foot houses, and they're going to be building larger structures, and that's adding to our assessed value and our tax base. And that's something with the appetite of this council, we need to increase our assessed value every year as much as we possibly can. So
Got to follow the process.
yes, right. So anyway,
No, thank you, Councilor.
I'll support that.
Good comments. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Millian, let's call the roll, please.
Mayor Buck,
Aye.
Councilor Maboop,
Aye.
Wendland,
aye.
Burdick,
Aye.
Corrigan,
Aye.
Afghan.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Vermillion. Okay, now I'll make a motion on, to enact ordinance 2961 and applying as conditions of approval, section 4, subsections A, C, D, E, F, and G of resolution 1959. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Mayor Buck, seconded by Councilor Burdick. Is there any discussion? Yes, Councilwoman.
So would you say that the same conditions apply to this applicant as they did the last time? Or was it just 2 trees? Was it 2 trees? No. It was 6. This one is 5.
5 trees.
So, but the same thing applies?
Yeah, five on the Kenny Street annexation and 6 on the Lakeview application.
Okay.
Yep.
But it would still be within the confines of where the house is most likely going?
In general, the house, the driveway, yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Vermillion, call the roll, please.
Mayor Buck,
Aye.
Councilor Mahbub,
Aye.
Wendland,
Aye.
Burdick,
Aye.
Corrigan,
Aye.
Afghan.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, and now we're going to hear the staff report on ordinance 2963, although, Ms. Osnek, do you have to read the hearing procedures again for the new?
Yes, but I will be
Okay,
quite brief. I
okay.
promise.
We're going to hear the hearing procedures for ordinance 2963.
For the record, this is a legislative policy decision within your sound discretion, so long as it complies, as it does, with the noticing requirements as evidenced in the staff report. The testimony will be limited to the times set forth in the agenda, and I will ask and pause briefly afterwards to see if there are any conflicts of interest, noting that site visits do not need to be declared. Seeing no conflicts, we're ready to proceed.
Great, so this is at 16284 Bonaire Avenue. Plan and zone designation, it's currently zoned low-density residential R8.5 in Clackamas County. It's designated R7.5 low-density on the city of Lake Oswego's comprehensive plan, and will be zoned R7.5 once the property is annexed. Sanitary sewer is available from an 8-inch sewer main located in Bonaire Avenue along the site frontage. This was recently constructed with 2 land use partition projects in the city, LU 170059 and LU 170060. Let's see, water is available from the Lake Grove Water District, and there's a Lake Grove Water District water main located in Bonaire Avenue along the site frontage, which will also serve the site. We find that the properties are within the urban services boundary and public services can be provided in a timely, orderly, and efficient manner. The proposed annexations are timely with regards to the public facilities and recommends approval of the annexation and we recommend the council enact ordinance 2950.
2963.
Sorry.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Mr. Espy. All right, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this ordinance. Is there anyone here who would like to testify this ordinance? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll entertain a motion.
Move to enact, let's see, where am I?
Ordinance
2963.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made by Councilor Wendland and seconded by Councilor Corrigan. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Espy.
You're welcome.
Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is consideration of Resolution 25-34. It's a resolution of the City Council acting as the Lake Oswego Public Contracting Review Board to adopt findings and approval for a special procurement for professional services for a potential new South Shore Fire Station. We have Chief Hartman and Dave Lentz joining us to present on this. Good evening to you both.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Mayor, would you like, sorry to interrupt, would you like me to go briefly over the public hearing procedures?
Oh, this is a hearing too?
Yes,
Is
it
this
is.
a hearing? Oh, my gosh. Yes, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I will.
It's a hearing.
I will once again be very brief. As you indicated, now is the time for that public hearing on this resolution about contracting. This is, again, a public contracting policy decision, which is within your sound discretion, as long as it complies with our state and local contracting code, which in this case, and as you will hear, is specifically procedures related to a design-build procurement. The public hearing process will begin with a presentation by staff. Testimony will then be received from the public, subject to the time limit set forth in the published agenda. And at this point, I'll ask once again if there's any financial conflicts of interest, reminding you all that ex-parte contacts and site visits do not be declared. Having paused briefly and hearing no conflicts, we're ready to proceed.
Thank you so much. All right, Chief, good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening. And just to be clear, it's for a CMGC process. I am your Assistant Fire Chief, Christine Artman, and to my left is Dave Lentz of OTAC. In February, you gave staff direction to begin the process of costing the new proposed fire station and simultaneously begin polling efforts to determine the feasibility of the bonding project. We will discuss polling results at the July 15th work session, but I can tell you we received positive response from the community. On the process side, last month we hired our owner's representative, OTAC, and June 16th posted our request for proposal for architectural services so we could come up with a conceptual design. I'm here today to receive council approval through a special procurement process to hire a construction manager, general contractor. After the architect is selected, they will develop the conceptual design, enabling the construction manager, general contractor to produce a reliable cost estimate. In December, the fire department will present the cost and feasibility analysis for the South Shore Fire Station project to council, requesting guidance on whether or not to move forward with the bond measure in May of '26. The city has used the construction manager general contractor model in both our operations and maintenance center and for City Hall. Due to the technical complexities within a fire station, we believe CMGC is the appropriate process for this project as well. This report recommends adopting Resolution 25-34, authorizing a special procurement process. The findings of fact required by Oregon revised statutes are listed in Exhibit A, addressing selection process, competition, and solicitation of bids. Staff believes using this process for the South Shore Fire Station will, like in other projects, result in time savings, cost savings, and allow us to value engineer the project from start to finish. This concludes this report, and Dave and I would be happy to receive or answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Chief. We're going to open the public hearing. I'll ask if there is anyone here who would like to testify on this matter. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues, any questions for Chief or Mr. Lentz? Councilor Corrigan.
Yeah, so the time and the cost seems that's pretty easy to understand. I'm wondering if you can give us an example of how value engineering could come into play if we go with this method.
Dave, you want to take that?
Thank you very much. My name is Dave Lentz. I'm a senior project manager at OTAC, project executive. I'm joined by Alex Setti, who is a project manager and a wonderful assistant to help produce this project for you. And by the way, thank you very much for selecting OTAC to help you do this. We were very key in helping you build this building and very thankful to help you again. Value engineering is a process by which the general contractor and the architect and the owner's representative and the owner all work together to decide on things that can be done more efficiently and for less cost. So it's a value proposition. You'll ask exactly what would that be? I mean, it could be a different building system, frankly. In the world we live in terms of getting steel in this building, it may be something that we say, it's not a proposition where you're losing scope, but you're changing product that can achieve the same goal for less money. That's effectively what value engineering is. People often mix scope reduction with value engineering. And so value engineering is really a proposition where you're changing a product for better value.
Great, thank you very much. Councilor Windland.
So to tease that out a little bit, I always find it interesting when you do value engineering and you bring the costs down, that we don't do the value up front to get the scope of the project to where we can afford it. I've heard some numbers, and I'm not going to say any numbers because I think that that's part of the problem with public process, is that we tell you kind of how much we think we're going to spend, and then you see in the contract that come before council, they're like $10 less than what if we say that we're going to spend $100, they come in at $99.50 or $99.75 or $98. And I think half the time they could come in at 80 or 79 or 60. I'm trying to figure out, can we put a dollar amount when we go out to build this? We're going to have to get polling on whether we can pass a bond or not. This building costs us around $43 million. And this is a substantial building that I am thinking that the fire station at South Shore is going to be considerably smaller and less expensive. I know there's inflation involved, but some of the numbers I heard is that I'm a little uncomfortable with, because it's probably going to be a gigantic fire station with the amount of money that they were talking about, or it's going to be made out of platinum or gold. I would hope that we would look at it as you go through this process, and I'm fully supportive of this process because I think we can build something in a much better way and get the efficiencies. But I would like to try to get it so that we get the costs in a reasonable number. And offline, I can tell you that number if you want, but, and I'm not in construction or engineering, but I've been around public projects enough that I don't know whether that can be done or not, but if we give you more of a budget, that we get polling numbers that say that, people are willing to spend or support this. Sometimes you have to say, this is our budget, and then you need to say, okay, this is what we want to build, instead of just going, okay, let's just do a project, and all of a sudden it gets to a huge amount, and then you're going back to that value engineering, and somehow you value it all out. So I don't know what the process is. I'm all in favor of this. I'm fully supportive of this resolution. But I would like some rails on this project, because I want to deliver for, the worst thing that can happen is that the citizens go, oh my gosh, one more tax, and boy, that's a lot, and it doesn't pass, and then we don't get our fire station. That's my worry. I also want to be fair with the taxpayers to get them the best possible outcome for the least amount of money. So I think that's part of our job as a city and as an organization, to deliver for our citizens. So that's just feedback for you, and I'd be happy to talk to you later. So
I'd be happy to answer a couple of angles of that. I think you've asked about 3 questions in there. And one of them is that you're speaking to target value design. So if you say that there's a budget and that's that, then we go about trying to make that happen in every way. And it might mean there's 4 bunks instead of 5 bunks, and the station has to make a decision about that. The size of the station depends on that budget in this environment. That's one angle that you've discussed. It's a really big issue, and we're working on a project at Hoodland at Welch's, and we tested the subject of what the bond level should be because of what we thought the community would accept. So we went about that target value design, and it was an arbitrary number. It was said, let's drop it back here because we think that that millage rate will work. But we didn't know what what the market would say about that. So then we had to go back and decide on what we did, and then we used a tool of value engineering to drop, certain things. Now, this is a bit of a scope reduction item, but instead of having 3 feet on each side of the apparatus, we used 2 feet. So we cut a foot out of each side of each bay door. Now, that's a little bit of a scope reduction, but it's, it's a way to get to the target value design. Second thing is, we're talking about this process and how effective it is to get cooperation. By bringing in the CMGC, this general contractor, as early as possible, then we're going to get the benefit of real numbers that reflect what the market is, what the supply chain is, what the tariffs are today. And we're going to have them help us decide on building systems, building materials, and so on to get to the target value design. So there's no better way than to use the CMGC process to do this. If you try to do this with a design bid build, which is completely archaic, we will be inundated with change orders. And that's not what happened here. We had a cooperative GC who helped us get to solutions and answers and prices.
Thank you. And I think too, I appreciate the response, Mr. Lentz. And I don't think at the next meeting, when are we going to talk about, at the next meeting? We're going to be looking at how the community responded to the survey and how they prioritize different aspects of the station. And I agree with Councilor Wendland, we need to be kind of like designing to a certain, budget and really looking at what is most important about this station. And what's going to be most important for the folks who are working there, and to the neighbors, and kind of assessing a strategy based on that. Yes, sir.
Mayor Buck, I'd like to say that I'm an architect, and one of the hardest things I do is to take the lipstick off the subject, because oftentimes, people like to add a little more than they need. But the fact of the matter is, this building is a tool in the hand of the firefighters.
Right.
And we need to build a tool that fits the hand for the price you can afford.
That's right.
It's very hard to, knock out good, cool things, but the fact of the matter is that's what we have to do in order to get the project built. Otherwise, you don't have a project.
Right. That's exactly right. Councilor Afghan, please.
I have several questions. Is OTAC the CM or the CMGC in this conversation?
OTAC is the owner's representative. We are your agent. We manage the architects and contractors. So we are your independent agents to protect your interest.
Understood. Thank you. So you're the CM.
Owner's rep.
We're the owner's representative.
Okay.
The CMGC is a term for construction manager, general contractor. So the CMGC is that builder.
So here's my definitions. It may be different than yours. CM is usually the owner's representative, construction management. Under my definition, it may be different than yours, who looks after the owner's interest. General contractor is a general contractor who looks after their interests and their subcontractors. So I'm trying to find all of these relationships that we're talking about.
Okay.
So OTAC is just the owner's representative.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the CMGC is a combined term in the parlance of the AIA contract, the American Institute of Architects.
And could you define that for me? So it would be,
Well, let me
the
do it this
city,
way.
under owner's representative, we hire an architect, and then we would hire a CMGC, And these three entities will work together to define the scope, schedule, and budget.
That's correct.
And what is the CMGC's compensation strategy?
That's a great question. So it's one of the significant differences between design, bid, build. The CMGC process is as competitive, which is one of the big key issues here, as design, bid, build, because we put the general contractors, when we put an RFP, the request for proposal out, the CMGC has to bid their fee and their general conditions, which is all of the manpower, the trailers, telephones, all of those things. They put that in their proposal, so we can see it. In fact, we're managing a project for Tigard. We have 11 general contractor proposals, which is significant for another reason I'll explain. I'll tell you right now, because the market right now is so hungry for work, they're very competitive. So we get a really good competitive rate on that they're bidding against. And then they take the job and they go bid out the carpet and the drywall and the ceilings and the lighting to the market in general. So a CMGC process yields at least 95% bid work. But they're cooperative and they're on our side because their fees protected, right?
Understood. I understand. When we get there to go out and bid this, I may have more questions, but right now I'm trying to understand all these definitions we're using. How did we pick OTAC instead of somebody else?
You picked OTAC because we're on your competitive, I forget the name of the list, but.
The database.
Pardon? Database. We made application, among others, to be on your price agreement list, and we have a limited contract according to that list. So our work takes you up through the conceptual design and the December hearing in order to size this budget. We will then go into a competitive process to manage the process from the acceptance of the bond further.
Okay.
So we have a limited contract.
So this conversation and this approval is for a special procurement of the CMGC, not OTAC.
That's correct.
Okay. What would the CMGC's incentive be in reducing the cost? So they have their general conditions of overhead and profit all fixed based on some unknown scope that may range plus minus 5 million. What would their incentive be to reduce the cost under this proposal?
Well, first of all, their fee is protected. So although their fee is on the total construction cost, they're invited to play in this game to be a partner. And their incentive is to perform well to get more work, not only with you, but with us. We have lots of jobs throughout the city of enormous amounts of money. So the combined sway that we have makes them interested in cooperating and helping everybody get the best for the money. They have no interest in running the job up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You feel good about it?
And we won't let them.
Questions. We've had good, I think, good luck in the past with the CMGC process with other large, complex, I don't know if the fire stations is how complex, not as complex as like Boone's Ferry.
Well, it's a combination of complexity, Mayor. It's the site work, as this job was, we dug 2 stories deep and we found lots of rock. And over there, I'm sure we'll find the same thing. So, but I mean, there's complexity in terms of communications and response time and all of those things.
That's right. And of course, there's some construction risk with the, the design bid build process as well. I think this does mitigate a lot of that. Maybe not all the risk, but mitigate some of it for sure. Yeah. Okay, would someone like to make a motion on Resolution 2534?
Move to adopt.
I did the public hearing. We had it. I know, it was so long ago. It was great.
All right, you ready?
Well, good comment. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Move to adopt Resolution 25-34.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made by Counselor Burdick and seconded by Counselor Boop. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
It is brilliant of this council to make this decision to bring the general contractor in as early as possible, because that's when we really get the big benefit from their advice, their counsel, and their pricing, because decisions will be made based on their pricing, and we'd have access to them making that pricing day-to-day virtually.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good to have you
Thank
on
you.
board. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. All right. Information from council. Who has something to share? Counselor Burdick.
Friday, as you got, Anisha kind of alluded to, but the Library Advisory Board, most of the members actually went on a tour of, I believe, 3 or 4 different libraries in the area just to see what's out there, what's being done to help educate themselves about what's possible. I unfortunately couldn't make it to join them, but I was really excited that they took that extra time to go out and do that research themselves.
We did it 2 years ago.
Great. Counselor Afghan.
I wanted to, by the way, I had a nose surgery, so I'm breathing and talking at the same time, and it's very difficult. I cannot multitask. I wanted to share a couple of experiences I've had in the last 3-4 weeks. One is that this weekend, we're going to have about 20,000 visitors coming to Lake Oswego. And I think if you look at our vision for the city, which says welcoming everyone. And I think when we have 20,000 people coming to our town for a long weekend, we can sit back and say, we're getting much closer to the vision with so many people coming and visiting us and enjoying their time in city of Lake Oswego. So my compliments to the previous councils, the city manager, the city staff, especially Parks and Recs, who create all of these activities that is welcoming to all visitors. That was one. Thank you. The second one is, over the last 3 weeks when the Middle East crisis have escalated, some of us call it Middle East craziness has escalated, is that I have been getting phone calls, texts, face-to-face conversation at the grocery store, and all of you here who have let me know that this does not need to be a silent suffering, and that it's welcoming me into this community, even though I've been here 40 years. It's, to me, this is part of the DEI that we often may dismiss. But if I feel inclusive by having my Lake Oswego residences coming to me and telling me how much they've been thinking of me, I think we can also be proud of what we have, how far we have come from 50 years ago, where we have a different reputation than today, that we value DEI and we value each other as human beings. And we may have difference of opinion about pickleballs or the trees and this and that, but at the end of the day, I believe that humanity is prevailing in Lake Oswego a lot more than what a lot of people think. So thank you to you all who have expressed your thoughts with me, and thank you to all of the Lake Oswego residences who have not only talked with me, but also the other Middle Easterns who have been going through this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan.
Yes, I have the pleasure to speak at the Juneteenth. It was wonderful. It was, the city manager was there, the mayor was there, This year was different. It was bigger, it was well organized, and it was like us. It didn't rain. That was the main thing. Yeah, it was wonderful, and I just, it's to show you that Lake Oswego is no longer the city that we want to silo as it's an exceptional city that organized the Pride, the Asian Pacific Islander, the Juneteenth with response to racism, and it's the city also that abide by the law of the what we're doing. And people, we should always tell people that Lake Oswego is not what people think. Like we do always things because it's like people call me about why you were closing the lake on the 4th. I said, because did you see what is happening? And I gave them the example of the Art Council, which was the rain kind of, didn't help the show, but at the end.
Rained on their parade?
Yeah. So I told them, but George Rogers Park was closed when the art festival was going on because you cannot have both. The same thing is going to happen the 4th of July, and folks have to know that a judge told us to open Sunderleaf, we did. We told us to remove all the hindrances to access the lake, we did. So how come the city can be judged as a city that we are following the law? But also we have responsibilities when something happens on the lake that we don't control. We have to say, hey, if people go there, there might be accident. We cannot have a ski thing or fireworks and then at the same time allow all the people, come on in. It's like calling for accident and irresponsibilities. And that's the reason I told the folks that we need to tell people why we do certain things. Mm-hmm. The art festival went very well because we didn't say, okay, George Rogers is open, everybody come. And no, we have to block there so that the festival can happen. The same thing is what we're doing. We respect, we love, the lake is public for us as a city. And we respect that ruling. And we'll never allow anyone to block people to enter the lake unless we believe that there may be some danger. And that's what we should do. And that's what we were saying on marketing Lake Oswego. We are, today, Lake Oswego can say that we are the city on the hill. We are the city that respects diversity, that respects the rule of law, and that respect the will of our population. Many, so I want folks to, every time I want to remind folks that, and I hope 4th of July this time we are going to have the plane, Joe. Are we going to have the plane fly over for the parade?
What?
The parade.
Oh, do they do that?
The flyover.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, jeez. I'll be here anyway. Yeah.
I agree with Councilor Boot, but yeah, it's important for us to stand behind our decisions as well as the decisions of the city manager and her team. And as we all know, when the city council rescinded the past prohibition on entry from the park, it gave the city manager, parks director, the ability to temporarily close the entry for reasons of public safety, construction, special events, and these are operational decisions at the discretion of the city manager. And I think all of us here trust the city manager and parks team, public safety teams to exercise good judgment in making these decisions, and they're balancing the needs to keep people safe and respond to emergencies with the right of public access into the lake. And we all know there are both public and private events scheduled over the holiday weekend from the 3rd to the 6th. It's also the single busiest weekend in the city for police, fire, and the Parks Department, with every available resource we have already working. The city has an obligation to keep people safe in public spaces, which includes the lake access point. And the city provides large-scale public events and activities for the holiday that are going to bring tens of thousands of folks to the downtown. And we also must keep in mind, this is the first year that we've had public access down to the lake. It's a new thing for the community, and it's something we're going to be evaluating every year. I know the city manager and her team. So I know that there can be a reaction, and we can understand that, a knee-jerk reaction to assume like a closure is some kind of a veiled attempt at limiting public access given the past history. But this current council has been supportive of public access, like Councilor Boop said, and we've provided the resources to facilitate it, but we also need to allow the professionals who manage the city to do their jobs and exercise good judgment, which they have done here in this case. So I thank everyone for their support. I want to share as well that last night at the Lake Oswego School District Board meeting, Councilor Wendland and I were both there. Wanted to say goodbye to Director Hartman, serving 12 years. And she's not going anywhere. I made a pitch for her to consider city council service in the future. I don't know how well that went over. But the school board approved, joined us in that tax exemption for Hacienda's El Nido project on Boone's Ferry, which now provides El Nido with a full tax exemption, which is great. So we thank the school board for their continued partnership. They did express a strong desire to continue partnering with both our low-income housing providers and the city in providing services, especially to the children, who live at these developments. So, yeah, okay. Okay, we are, Ms. Bennett.
Just one more thing on the 4th, but nothing to do with Lower Millennium. You should just remember that the library and City Hall are closed on the 4th of July. The LORAC will be open, not regular hours, slightly shortened hours, but I think Sunday hours. They'll be open. And the other thing is we're expecting, in addition to over 10,000 parade visitors and watchers and candy throwers, a fairly substantial protest in Sunderleaf Plaza as well. So it will be busy, and if you are coming to downtown, please plan ahead. It will probably take you a little bit longer to get where you're going.
Thank you. Good reminder. Okay. We are now going to meet again in executive session. I'll ask Ms. Osnak to read the parameters for us, please.
Thank you, Mayor Buck. Members of the council, you are now going to meet in executive session for the purpose of considering information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection and to consult with your counsel, me, concerning the legal rights and duties of concerning your legal rights and duties with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. As required by law, I'm now going to address representatives of the news media that may wish to attend. If you are a representative of the news media and you would like to attend this particular executive session, you are allowed to do so, but you are specifically directed not to record the proceedings or report on any of the deliberations during executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. As required by law, no decision may be or will be made in this executive session, and at the end of executive session, we will adjourn.
Okay, wonderful. Well, with that, we are going to recess and then reconvene in executive session, but this will conclude the broadcast portion of the meeting.